Halo guys, kembali lagi di channel BadRush. Jadi hari ini kita akan melanjutkan kembali. Tapi sebelum itu gua mau minta maaf dulu soalnya webcamnya lagi bermasalah ya. Jadi untuk video kali ini nggak ada webcam dulu, tapi masih ada suara gua. Jadi hari ini sudah muncul update baru guys. Jadi hari ini kita akan main Genshin lagi dan update 4.2 sudah muncul. Dan ada Archon quest baru lagi, yaitu Masquerade of the Guilty. So kita akan balik ke mana, ke prison ya. Kita kan ceritanya terakhir itu masih di penjara ya. Oke. Bukan di penjara sih, tapi maksudnya bukan statusnya, tapi emang kita masih di lokasi penjara kan, setelah kita berhasil nutup pintu air laut ini ya, primal sea water ya. Oke. Yang ternyata selama ini dijaga sama si Hoyoverse, oke. Terus ditutup lagi sama si siapa kemarin, si Nivilet ya. Terus terakhir ketemu juga sama si Archon. So langsung aja kita lanjutkan lagi. Sekarang kita suruh balik ke prison lagi, suruh ke dormitories. So langsung aja ya guys. Webcamnya lagi bermasalah, tapi biasanya itu kadang error, kadang nggak guys. Kenapa gua maksain untuk record, karena emang ya mumpung gua lagi kosong, plus juga ini hari pertama update muncul. Meskipun gua uploadnya pasti nggak hari pertama kan, tapi at least ini hari pertama muncul, jadi belum ada event juga, jadi gua juga lagi kosong juga kan. Toh juga Archon quest pasti akan lumayan panjang kan, jadi ya udah gua record sekarang aja lah sekalian, mumpung ada waktu juga guys. So kita ke anjir, kemana cok? Ke atas anjir, sini ya. Oke. Mumpung ada waktu juga, jadi ya udah record sekarang aja lah, daripada besok. Ntar besok kemungkinan bisa ketabrak event juga kan, jadi besok sembari kita nunggu, gua nggak tahu langsung muncul part 2 nya apa enggak. Tapi kalau ternyata ini cuma satu part kan, ya besok kita bisa langsung record event gitu loh. Oke. So langsung aja kita mulai. Katanya Archon quest kali ini guys, apa namanya, berfokus ke Furina loh sekarang ya, setelah kemarin ketemu Archon ya. Kita di penjara 45 hari ya. Kita kan pura-pura di penjara, kenapa jadi di penjara beneran anjir? Berarti kita ngikutin prosedurnya di penjara beneran ya, 45 hari. Oke. Act 5 dimulai. Jadi gua nggak tahu ini akan sampai exit apa enggak. Tapi yang jelas kita jalankan dulu. Karena panjang banget ya kalau sampai exit anjir. Sekarang udah act 5. Oke, sekarang kita ngurus ini ya, ngurus pelepasan kita ya. Oke, kita udah bebas. Gempa aja. Are you okay?
Fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now. Let's cross the Duke.
Tanya Brutus ya, apa itu tadi? Tiba-tiba ada gempa aja. Kita dapat surat pelepasan kita. Terus juga ada area baru guys, ada area baru dan bos baru di update kali ini. Terus bannernya itu Furina sama Beisu ya. Yang banner kedua itu ini siapa, Chino sama si Hayato. Kebanyakan banner cowok semua cok, yang cewek cuma Furina untuk update kali ini.
Good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with the earthquake just now?
That. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor.
Oh, itu katanya datang dari luar anjir, bukan dari dalam laut tuh.
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got
Jadi
a point.
bukan masalah
Okay, seems we need to
ininya,
get back into the circus
fortressnya
and
ya,
ask about
tapi
what happened.
ada yang di atas.
By the way,
Apa
do you
itu?
know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Wow.
Minta
you actually
ditemenin Paimon.
No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Masquerade is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervalet? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Oke. Sekarang kita ke Palais Mermonia, ke tempat Nevillate, lapor ya, plus titip-titip salam dari teman-temannya. Gempa tadi karena apa ya gempa tadi? Oke. Kita laporan dulu ke tempatnya si Neville.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity.
Iya anjir, rame banget.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll
Sibuk
be
banget
right
tuh.
there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Ada apa coba? Kok rame-rame gini?
So busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Oh iya lupa, bentar guys, gua gedein dulu ya suaranya. Lupa gua. Wait. Makanya suaranya kecil amat. Where is? Okay, nice.
Hello.
Lanjut.
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment,
Oke.
as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In
Neville
the
juga mau
meantime, please
pergi
have a seat.
sebentar.
If you'd like
Kita
to have
suruh nunggu
something to drink,
sebentar katanya.
let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We can wait.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Oke, kita tunggu Neville. Lagi pada sibuk, Cuk.
All right. I should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Kenapa dah?
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Oh iya, kita
Judging
juga
from your
lihat
description,
mimpi itu
that
ya.
cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that
mimpi-
size and shape cannot
itu namanya?
usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is
Kalau si
presently
Tilde
immersed in
ketemu ini ya,
primordial
ketemu paus
seawater.
gede ya.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not
Terus
completely
kemungkinan
sure
itu-
how he could have gotten there myself.
Makhluk yang ada di Primordial
Yes.
Sea.
What is it?
Oh iya, ada tremor juga itu kenapa? Cok? Apa itu gara-gara paus?
We
Bisa
asked the
juga.
Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the
Dekat
shaking
Poisson.
stopped, the water levels in the Poisson
Sumbernya.
area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no.
Terus airnya
What
naik
about all
katanya
the
di Poisson.
people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time
Tapi cuma naik
and have
sebentar
already
katanya,
returned to
terus
normal
langsung
now.
balik ke normal lagi.
However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Oke, kita harus
I would
ke-
also like to go there as soon
ketemu
as
Navia,
possible,
ya.
but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
Oke.
I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Kita ketemu Navia
Please
dulu
be
ya.
careful.
Oke, kita ke Poisson. Ke Poisson. Ketemu Navia. Oke.
Oh no. What happened here?
Kok sepi anjay?
Navia should be around here, right? We need to
Pakai
make sure
efek.
she's still... Hyma means we need to check on her.
Pakai ini efek ini. Airnya yang naik. Pada hilang Cok orang-orangnya. Tuh ada orang tuh satu tuh. Kenapa nyangkut di atap
We
Cok?
haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Nyangkut
Just
di
stay
atap Cok.
put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Apakah ada yang meninggal juga?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Anjir Cok, kayak kena bencana gitu. Dari pasang air kan katanya. Airnya pasang doang katanya. Tapi pasangnya setinggi apa Cok? Coba kita ke tempat Navia.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Kenapa Cok?
You're here.
We
rencananya
heard
apa
there was
ini?
a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level
Tiba-tiba
suddenly
airnya
rose.
pasang.
It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Jadi tiba-tiba, Cok, airnya naik terus tiba-tiba
jumped down
turun gitu.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
Iya anjir, makanya orang-orang pada ini,
I'm
Cok.
sorry. Where were we?
The situation
Pada
in
patah kakinya
Poisson?
anjir.
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
Ya kan, tiba-tiba hilang, Cok, airnya.
They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people
Iya,
fell
jadi
from
orang-orang pada jatuh dari
significant
ketinggian gitu loh,
heights.
guys.
The Spina
Soalnya
Dirosula
tiba-tiba
initiated rescue
airnya
operations
hilang,
as quickly as
habis
possible,
naik
but there
terus
have
hilang
been
gitu loh.
a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson
terus
are still hazardous.
Mengandung
To
primordial
ensure
seawater
everyone's
juga
safety,
itu.
I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if
Yang
this could
kalau
happen again.
kena orang apa, kena
All
orang
we can do for now is
fonten
try our
bisa
best
jadi
to
air,
help
Cok.
evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Dimana Melus dan Silver?
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here.
Iya anjir.
Ah,
Dua orang
I'll
kepercayaannya
be
di mana,
right
Cok?
there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Dua orang yang bapak-bapak sama satunya ini mana ya?
Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Oke.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina Dirosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two
Oke, kita
accompany me to my
ngecek.
father's grave for a moment?
Huh?
Cek kuburan bentar ya.
Right now?
Thank you.
Devat has its own laws. Oke, kita ke kuburan bapaknya Navia. Ngapain nih kita ke kuburan aja? tadi sore, Cuk.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Nangis
Navia,
meneh.
what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver,
Hah?
they won't ever come back here again.
Meninggal.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and
Oh,
they
alah.
were caught in the seawater.
Mereka termasuk korban, anjir.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long,
Anjir, ya itu bukan
and I know they
salahmu.
weren't afraid. But I could
Mereka
at
udah tahu
least hold
resikonya
a
juga
funeral
sih
for my
pasti.
father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Ya, Cuk, si
Everything looks so clean
orang
after
tua
it
ini
rains.
sama si kacamata
Even the
hitam.
gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
Permintaannya
quite
si
serious.
Melus ya.
That way,
Oh,
it'll save us
dikuburkan
both the
di
trip to
sebelah
see each other whenever you
tuannya.
visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I
Dia
be
juga
buried on his
pengen
other side?
After all,
di sisi
besides
sebelahnya
you,
juga.
Demoiselle, the two of us could
Jadi
certainly be
masalahnya sekarang
considered
mayatnya
Master's
pada
closest
hilang.
companions, no?
Karena
Personally,
hilang.
I believe we
Nggak
filled
cuman
those shoes
meninggal,
just
anjir.
fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here
Enggak,
I
tapi itu
am
bukan
breaking that
salahmu kalau
promise.
kamu nggak bisa memenuhi janji orang. Ya gimana
I'm
si
sorry
sikonnya
for
kayak
letting
gini.
you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Oh, Benna,
Anjir, banyak cok korbannya.
Burnett,
Di seri itu bapaknya tadi juga nangis-nangis anjir. Meninggal
Francine,
juga ya. Kayaknya
Karina,
iya pada tenggelam ya.
Daisy Ray,
Dan kemungkinan kena
Marvel,
primordial sea water, makanya mereka
Julian,
terus menghilang kan gitu loh.
Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still,
It's okay.
Anjir,
I
berarti
know what you're
bocah-bocah yang
thinking.
lari-larian itu juga ada
And-
yang meninggal dong.
You're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right.
Ya, mereka hero, bro.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Anjrot. Dateng jo si Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been
Navia minta tolong
evacuated,
ke
and we are preparing to
Arlecchino.
relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you
Anjir,
very much.
Navia minta tolong ke sini, Jo.
Do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become
mereka
heroes
udah tahu
themselves.
resikonya emang pasti
I've
akan
never
hilang
liked
kan, tapi
hearing
mereka
people put it that way.
tetap milih
It's like
nyelamatin
trying to
orang-orang
relieve
lain ya,
pain by
mereka
saying some
pahlawan Jo, itu.
noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate
Ya,
then?
dia salah satu yang
Of
pengen ubah
course.
propesi,
That is why
guys.
I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre.
Makanya dia
I still
nekan
have some things
Furina
to take
terus
care
kan.
of, and
Gue
the
tahu
children
apa ini
need my
sebagai
attention.
Archon air nih.
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
All right, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some
Apakah
recent
akhirnya kita akan bekerja
investigations,
sama dengan
a
Fatui?
child
Ya, kita
claimed to
pernah
have
sih kerja
discovered
sama-sama
some
Gilde
ruins
sih.
near Poisson.
Kerja
The
sama
ruins date back
Archino
to
sesuatu yang
ancient
tidak buruk
times and
sepertinya.
seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration.
Oke, jadi ada orang-orangnya dia yang
This disaster
exploration
struck.
ke
And
sebuah
at
ruin
present,
ya.
we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So
Okay.
that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a
Jadi
high
kita
price.
disuruh bantuin mereka
But since the children
explore ke
consider you
ruin ini ya.
family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it. So all we gotta
Oke,
do is go to
jadi
some
kita harus
ruins,
ke
right?
ruin,
We can handle
terus
that.
explore lah ya, bantuin
Excuse
mereka
me,
explore.
but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Navia mau ikut?
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the
Okay.
south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay.
Itu ada
the
di
three of us
selatan
will
Poisson
handle it.
katanya.
Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Anjir, akhirnya kita bekerja sama dengan Arlecchino guys. Let's go. Apakah itu tempat baru? Gue belum sempat explore banyak, anjir, baru hari ini soalnya update-nya, jadi belum sempat buka-buka, baru buka ke patungnya tuh sama berapa, 2 teleport waypoint paling. Padahal kemarin kita udah buka-buka area yang baru, kita nggak ke area baru, anjir apa anjir. Sekarang masih ke area baru. Oke, kita ke ruin yang ditunjuk sama Arlecchino. Katanya di sana ada apa ya, peninggalan seputar tentang profesinya juga guys, profesi Fontaine ya. Jadi di sana kita suruh bantuin. Itulah kenapa makanya kok orang Batu itu pada ke Poisson. Ternyata ya anggapannya lah nginepnya di situ, terus mereka ekspor ke sini gitu. Misalnya kita disuruh bantuin untuk ekspor, katanya ini demi kepentingan mengubah profesi. Oke.
So, are these the ruins the neighbors
Kita langsung masuk
talking
domain.
about?
Jadi kayaknya X1, X5 ini harusnya
They
nggak terlalu
seem to be
lama ya.
pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Oke, kita masuk. Alright, let's go. Kayaknya Navia ini deh. Di Mohiro kah Navia? Terus ada puzzle baru juga. Puzzle-puzzle yang ya menurut gua kebanyakan puzzle sih guys di sini. Makin lama ininya makin ini, makin banyak puzzle. Sip, kita lihat di sini jangan-jangan ntar ada peti. Oh enggak, ditipu kita. Oke, let's go. Langsung aja kita ke tempatnya ya. Oke.
Motion to compel.
Starfall! Can't touch me!
Breath of the flame. Boom boom. Flash.
No turning back!
Yeah. Incinerate.
Crumble apart!
Boom boom.
Oke.
Dada kundala.
Terus dipukul. Nah,
What?
anjrot.
The floor here isn't safe!
Quiver.
Woi, ada apa sih? Kalau kita nyebur tadi bisa naik nggak ya? Bisa sih kayaknya. Alright, kita sampai.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Oke.
And
Dan
a lot of
ini
it
udah
too.
terkontaminasi primordial
Contagion
seawater
would
ya.
most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Oke, jadi kita yang akan meneruskan perjalanan karena
Complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
oke, tapi
In that
Navia
case,
nggak bisa
do you
tinggal
wanna
di sini
wait for us
juga.
here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So,
So, jadi
staying
mau
here
gimana
wouldn't
nih,
be
Navia?
safe either. I'll go together with you.
Udah ikut aja.
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Soalnya airnya itu
Come with
cuma
us for now then, but
berefek ke orang-orang
please be
fonten,
careful.
guys. Ke orang biasa kayak kita gitu, misal kita nyebur, makanya pas kita minum Fanta
Oh no,
yang ada
it's a
primordial seawaternya,
Let's try
kita nggak
climbing over
apa-apa
from
gitu.
the side.
Sedangkan kalau apa orang-orang fonten malah bisa berubah jadi air anjir. Part mana anjir? Oke. Ditinggal berbahaya, udah ikut aja lah. Anjir, ini ruin apa coba?
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Untung berhasil kabur anjir. What the hell? Lah. No. Kok kecebur? What the fuck? What? Anjrot, vision tidak membantumu saat Anda jatuh, Cuk. Memang sayap dari siapa namanya yang ngajarin kita terbang itu si Ember itu yang paling GG udah. What? Navia jatuh guys, ini gimana Cuk? Apakah Navia akan berubah jadi air atau harusnya sih enggak, cuman ya kita tahu pasti harusnya enggak, cuman what's happened itu loh. What's happened? Kenapa nggak jadi air ya? Nah, kita tahu pasti jawabannya nggak akan jadi air itu loh. What? Kok dia balik ke Poisson aja?
Demoiselle.
What? Apakah
Demoiselle,
sudah
what are
mati?
you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
Apakah Navia sudah
Quite
mati?
possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
Ini juga korban-korban
It's good
kan?
to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally
Ketemu
realized that I wasn't the one they
Navia
were
ketemu
looking
orang-orang
for.
yang jadi
Why,
korban
I
tuh,
wasn't
yang
even
di
the
Poisson.
guarantor for that person.
Kayaknya ada yang namanya Giverny juga
They
deh.
were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
Orang-orangnya juga cuma dikit anjir.
Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you
Elisa
are. I've
nih,
been
ya
looking
kan?
for you. Please come to the opera
Yang
house.
pada
Your
meninggal
trial
Cuk.
is about
Yang
to
jadi
begin.
korban.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Anjir Cuk. Ngimpi apa mimpi berhasil kita selamatkan, nggak jadi kecebur gitu apa gimana, juga bingung guys.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Tuh, mana yang nonton cuma dikit kan tuh.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina,
Tuh kan.
Desiree,
Desiree.
Julien.
Oh, nggak ada bocah, ternyata kirain ada bocah.
Why are are so many
Tuh
people
kan,
here.
gue paling inget Desiree guys. Nah, iya ini orang-orang
Why do
yang
I have no
di list
recollection of
tadi.
this case? And as for the judge,
Tuh,
huh?
Monsieur Novelet nggak ada.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right.
Di ini pak ya,
Are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it
di
wouldn't
apa
be
namanya,
allowed, but
diadili
today is
bahwa
an
belum
exception.
siap untuk mati atau belum waktunya untuk mati mungkin ya. Kayak mati
Hey,
suri
what kind
gitu.
of place
berarti.
do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Tapi siapa yang nuntut tuh?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia,
Joinville.
have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you
Okay.
are Master
Ini
Callus'
kenapa nih kita
successor,
baca dulu guys.
the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Anjir.
Huh?
Diadili untuk
are you
tinggal di sini
saying?
selamanya anjir.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Anjir. Yang bela kita Melus sama Silver.
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and
Anjir,
unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia!
Tuh, para
You're
warga
one of
pengen
us.
kita di sini anjir. Tapi Melus sama
Mademoiselle, don't
Silver
admit guilt.
pengen
This
Navia
trial
untuk
means to
tetap
keep you
hidup
here
anjir.
forever.
Tuh kan.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has
Silver
never
sama
been
Melus
tied down
sampai
by
mati pun
anything.
tetap membela
Indeed, even the
Navia
death of
aja.
Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she
Jadi para warga
identifies
pengen
herself as
Navia
part of
mati,
any
anggaplah
group.
nah gitulah
She merely
kasarannya.
acted as an
Melus sama
individual,
Silver jangan mati
extending her
dulu ya
hand
gitu.
to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Anjir,
If your
ngeri
justice
gitu
is flawed, then
komiknya.
why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver.
Dan mereka
I
semua sudah
don't want to
mati.
admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice.
Mayoritas
We
adalah absolute
are the
justice.
will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in
Anjir,
Poisson.
jadi
What are you saying?
ini
No more
Cak.
Excuses. She says we're jealous. Jealous? Huh. How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Anjir pada jadi
Silence.
ini. Oh, diselamatin sama Nevillette anjir.
That's...
Anjir.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Anjir.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave
Ada
with me, Miss
pengadilan di
Navia, while there is still
dunia
time.
alam baka, cuy.
But
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Anjir, akhirnya melakukan perpisahan.
Malus, Silver.
Anjir pada jadi
Quickly,
ini
you
juga.
must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Anjir diselamatin sama Neville ternyata anjir. Pengadilan di alam kuburnya ini, cuy. Di alam kuburnya Fontaine anjir.
Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake.
Oh,
Good.
Nevillette datang anjir.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but
What is it?
Berarti emang
I
nyebur,
think I saw
guys.
2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention,
Emang
I
kecebur
would not
berarti.
have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Iya, cuy.
You mean
Diselamatin
like
Melis
what
sama
happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
diselamatin Melis sama Silver dalam bentuk Oceanid
I
anjir.
always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Terus selamatin Nevillette.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin.
Kita
I
kasih
hope all
salam
is well with her
Sigewin
these
ya.
days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
Jadi awkward percakapan.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had
dikasih
arranged to
tahu
meet you in
sama.
Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were
Oh
helping
iya
the
kan kita
residents
emang janjian
evacuate.
mau ketemu di
They had
Poisson
even
ya.
transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Terus
Amid my
karena dia nggak ngeliat
astonishment,
kita,
I ran
dia
into
nemu
the knave, and we had a
si
chat.
Archon, terus
She
Archon bilang
informed
kita
me
di
that she had
sini.
asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we
Dia kan
originally
kita
planned to
janjian
meet up with
sebelumnya.
you,
Makanya
but
kalau
we
dia
thought
bisa
you might
kesini.
still be busy with all those
Kasih
official
tahu Archon
documents.
ternyata.
We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Oke, kita bisa lanjut ke tempat
I'm
selanjutnya.
sorry to have kept you all waiting like that.
Dan dapat
I'm
tambahan
feeling much
satu
better now.
orang lagi
I
ya.
guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
Quiver!
Ha!
Drop! Strike!
Shake!
Alright. Next, lanjut perjalanan.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Roots. Anjrot, anjrot. Hop. Anjrot. Mati kita. Kehabisan tenaga cuy. Let's go. Anda jadi Indiana Jones ini.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Anjrot.
Starball! Wrap up with flame! I'm out of here!
Sempat-sempatnya ada batu-batu yang jatuh. Ke bangunan apa sih ini?
Keep it up!
Oke, dapat batu lagi. Sudah sampai kah?
Quiver!
Motion to compel! Come on out!
Anjir, nge-lag
No
tuh.
turning back!
What?
Strike!
Apa nih?
The boom! Motion to compel! Incinerate! Inadmissible evidence!
Tadi 9999 MS tuh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Can't catch me!
Kabur.
Starball! Quiver! The boom! Shake! Ha!
Anjir, ini kan hapan lagi deh.
Starball! Incinerate!
Oh, udah kebuka anjir. Oh, ternyata ngalahin ruin guard-nya doang buat buka.
Make my escape.
Dah, ikut naik dia.
Time for your arraignment! Motion to storm the front! Strike! Ha!
Oke. Loh, tapi kok suruh balik sih guys? What? Wah, error anjir ini questnya. Gara-gara tadi cok tiba-tiba 999 ms. Kalian lihat di kanan tadi ya. Sekarang udah balik 109 lagi. Oke, tapi tetap lanjut questnya, jadi ya udah kita lanjutin aja lah ya.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Oke, kita udah nyampe di
This is the
ujung.
place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Ya, emang nggak begitu besar sih tempatnya. Mungkin ada sesuatu di tembok. Wow. Oh, propesinya guys.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Anjir, dikorbankan cok si
Could we take them
Furina.
down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
And the surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
Udah rusak yang
Something
gambaran
written
pertama
below.
anjir.
Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this?
Island in the
Some
sky.
kind of island in the sky?
And is that...
Terus Furina
Furina? In the third
dikorbankan
image?
anjir. Ya enggak sih?
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all
Jadiin
in the
tumbal
water?
anjir.
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Jadi apain sama Nevilit?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh. That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the water's drowning fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Kebalik.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance
Katanya
here
Nifrit gak
does
pernah
match the
ketemu
records.
ini
The
anjir.
previous Archon kneeling before
Gak
the
pernah
floating
ketemu
island
Archon
in the
sebelum
skies,
Furina anjir.
as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some
Ada
people,
orang yang lihat ini
once
terus
saw these slates?
jadiin ini guys, apa namanya?
Slates and left these words here.
Ramalan terusan itu loh.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Iya, tapi BTW siapa yang bikin prophecy itu, guys? Ya kan? Itu ngebug anjir. Oke, let's go, kita out this place. Tempat Lady Furina ini, kita harus tanya Furinanya langsung anjir. Sebagai Archon. Sebagai Archon ente mau ngapain gitu.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Okay.
I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to
Bahkan sama
ensure that she
Neuvillette pun
understands the
banyak
present
merahasiakan
situation.
sesuatu ya Furina ya.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're
Jadi
probably
besok
the
kita
best
akan
person to
tanya-tanya
talk to
soal
anyway.
ini ya, soal propesinya ya ke Furina ya.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Oke, oh, kirain udah kelar. At Fleuve Cendre.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good forget what happened today.
Terus siapa nih yang ngawasi? Hah? Kok ada Mona?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Ada Mona aja.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Ya kita yang nanya kenapa ente sampai sini tiba-tiba. Masuk Archon quest pula, ya ampun. The Lady Magistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Itu nama yang dia ganti.
Although it is
gitu.
used by us in place of surnames,
Terus dia
it
kasih nama
generally just
Mona
means
Magistus
great.
biar kelihatan bagus namanya itu.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Oh, itu nama
Whoa, that's a long
masternya
one.
Mona. Anjir.
Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Kenapa airnya, Mona? Apa kamu kesini
That
gara-gara
was the main
propesi?
reason, yes.
Oh iya, anjir.
Just a while back, the
Dia kesini
Steambird
gara-gara
invited me
propesinya,
to take
Cuk.
part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Huh? Are you sure?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious
Kita minta
look on your
bantuan Mona ya,
face.
siapa tahu dia
I'll tell you
bisa
once I hear back from her.
ngecek apakah propesinya bener apa enggak, guys.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Okay.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it.
Okay.
Good morning.
Kita ke tempat Nevirat pada ya.
I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Ke the Nevirat office. Heal dulu, guys. Oke. Jadi Neuvillette udah tanya-tanya harusnya, atau tanya-tanyanya bareng kita.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into
Anjir,
a dispute.
malah berantem anjir.
Please go see for yourself.
Farina sama Neuvillette berantem. Tuh kan.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Kabur anjir. Kita merasakan
Did
apa, Cok?
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Seperti dalam masalah.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed.
Orang
Seems
pintunya
Farina didn't
kebuka.
even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice
Kita harus
but to
membuat
speak.
situasi di mana dia harus ngomong.
Like what?
Seperti mau
Normally, people
dibunuh
will only
paling.
reveal the truth when standing trial.
Oh,
Perhaps we
diaccuse
must
ya.
have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Kita mau manggil siapa, Cok? Kita mau minta bantuan siapa biar si Furina ngomong anjir. Siapa? Nahida? Atau diancam pakai Morax? Atau ini? Atau Shogun? Kita mau manggil siapa, guys, biar mungkin ntar kita ini lagi ya, pengadilan lagi mungkin ya.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a
Holy net.
disaster,
What?
so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Kita minta bantuan orang-orang Fontaine
Or
ya.
perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful.
Oke,
The
ternyata
spotlight
kita
at
manggil
last.
orang-orang
I guess I'll be
warlock ya.
facilitating things from here.
Oh, sama Chlorinde juga.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh? How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Kita mau ngapain nih tapi BTW?
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is
Kita
to
mau
put them on
menjebak
trial,
Furina.
then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Anjir. Ini ya. Apa namanya? Menuntut dewa ya. Biar masuk ke trial biar masuk ke trap, guys. Oke, kita kemana nih? Lumayan panjang juga, ini hampir 2 jam kayaknya, apa udah 2 jam. Oke, kita balik lagi ke base. Pernah ketemu Mona lagi hari ini.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Hyman thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Hyman doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Hyman sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Siapa nih yang
I
ngasih
nearly
teh?
refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Siapa, Cek?
You are familiar.
Oh,
You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The
The
voice, from the sky.
Oh iya, Cek, suara yang di Sumeru
I
itu,
fear
Cek.
that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine after all.
Siapa kamu dan kamu pengen apa dari
Consider me
kita?
a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh,
The prophecy.
Mage
Yes,
and oh,
what has
jangan
been
ini.
prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Oh, jangan ini masternya Mona, anjir.
Then is there any way we can
Dan
stop
kata
it?
dia katanya propesinya
I
akan jadi
believe you have
kenyataan
witnessed a
gitu.
failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Anjir,
Well,
jadi
that'll be
sebenarnya
all
dia ada,
for
cuman
today.
kita nggak bisa lihat gitu
The
ya.
voice. It's gone.
Apakah ada petunjuk yang ditinggalkan untuk kita? Oke, ada orang yang di luar.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see
Oh,
I
Mona
walked in
aja.
on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Pasti Charlotte.
Yes, it was
Iya
Charlotte.
kan?
You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh?
Kita ceritain ya tentang suara itu. Tapi dia suara yang dari Sumeru juga loh.
Serious? She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask
Ya, tapi katanya tetap ada celah dari prophecy itu, guys. Jadi pasti bisa dirubah.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Oh, itu temennya, masternya si Mona.
And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a
Nah,
scary
Hexen Circle itu juga isinya salah satunya ibunya si ini kan, guys, ibunya si Klee juga kan. Tapi kita sampai sekarang ya belum diperlihatkan langsung Hexen Circle tuh siapa-siapa aja, guys. Bentuknya kayak gimana belum diperlihatkan secara langsung, seingat gua. Itu juga sebuah misteri, guys. Kelompok ini siapa gitu loh.
She didn't say when or what that would be though, so
salah satunya ibunya Klee, ya kan. Dan kita udah di Fontaine itu loh. Masih banyak banget misteri yang belum kebuka, anjir. Kita juga udah lama nggak ketemu Dainsleif juga kan. Belum rahasia kaya juga, yang katanya emang dia juga berasal dari Khanriah juga katanya. Banyak banget, Jok. Padahal kita udah setengah jalan lebih, Jok. Ini udah kota kelima, kurang 2 kota lagi, anjir. Dan udah jalan 3 tahun kan. Katanya project 5 tahun, guys, soal ceritanya. Jadi 2 tahun lagi kita lihat ya. Apakah mungkin mah nambah waktunya? Maybe ya. Ya kita tunggu aja kelanjutan dari Genshin ini ya.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Oke, thank you Mona atas bantuannya.
Kinda
Mas
moved by
bentar
what Mona
ternyata
said,
Mona.
But also kinda sad too. Hey traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we?
Udah atas ya. Ketemu Arlecchino lagi kah?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Okay. Done anything? We don't find anything good.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Makan lagi Paimon, anjret. Makan terus yuk. Kita masuk. Mau makan, ketemu orang nih pasti.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Kenapa itu harus tutup?
Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Kamu harus tetap makan hari ini kan?
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Anjir, dia juga diajari Sijuin sih.
I sure do. She was born
Ya
before
kan
me,
sama-sama
and she sometimes
ini.
comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Sama-sama Melusia, tapi Sijuin lebih mirip ke manusianya daripada Melusin, ya kan?
Food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Logatnya lucu anjir. Dan kita dibeliin kue pula.
There she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
Okay.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Oke, udah makan terus. Ya namanya juga hidup guys. Kita nggak tahu besok mau gimana. Tapi kan kalau hari ini kita udah bisa makan ya makan lah. Besok bisa makan apa enggak ya nggak tahu anjir.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh, ada Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would
Tidak ada yang
truly be
mengkhawatirkan
timeless.
kalau besok tenggelam anjir.
And then do you know what I'd
Ya
do?
udah gitu loh.
I'd write that story, send
Lebih
it
kayak
for
ya
printing,
udah kalau
and
itu
use messenger
terjadi.
pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Oke, kita ke laut sekarang. Paimon ngajak jalan-jalan terus anjir.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Oke. Ya, mau ngapain lagi Paimon? Oke, kita kemana lagi nih? Ke bawah lagi kayaknya. Ya.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well,
Apa
that
ini?
said, I
Kenapa
don't
tiba-tiba ada
personally think it
kekacauan
was that
anjir?
serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her. loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Iya, Cuk, ada yang demo anjir.
Started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and
terus
left in a
kabur
hurry.
lagi anjir.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The
Tetap
Marechaussee has
hilang,
dispatched
anjir.
many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good.
Ada unjuk
Monsieur
rasa aja
Merville
demo
sent me
aja.
to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Oke, kayaknya udah mulai itu kayaknya rencana kita dah.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation.
Oke, jadi kayaknya itu emang ini deh kerjaan teman-teman kita yang protes ke Furina gitu.
But she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Masih Act 5 kan guys? Anjir lama juga ini. Ke Poisson. Kita ini ya. Namanya membicarakan apa lagi nih? Iya, kayaknya itu kerjaan teman-teman kita. Jadi udah mulai ditekan ya Furina.
This place looks deserted.
Dan banyak dukungan juga dari
Will Farina really be here?
apa namanya?
Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Oh, Furinanya ke sini, Cok. Iya, Cok, beneran, Cok. Oke, kita ketemu.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Anjir dikejar, Cok.
Quick, after her!
Anjir, serang.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Anjir, kabur lagi.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Anjir, kabur-kaburan, Cok. Anjir, pendemonya cuma 3 orang, Cok.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Jadi kita berhasil jebak ya. Sin kah guys, mungkin? Oh, bukan.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Gempa lagi, Cok.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Okay.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy
Ah,
for
akhirnya dia
hundreds
mau
of
ngomong,
years.
anjir.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We
Jadi namanya
cannot
dia
make
juga
an
nyari
enemy of the
cara untuk
divine.
menghentikan itu.
No matter
Cuman
what we do,
nggak
the
nemu-nemu,
will of the
guys.
heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Oke, Furina masih belum nyerah tapi guys.
That's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Tapi dia terus
How could I
nutupin
possibly
dengan
let
pura-pura,
Fontaine fall
guys.
to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Dia merasa ini tugasnya dia satu-satunya, dia yang bisa apa namanya bisa melu ini, jadi dia
I've heard
gak
that
mau
you
ngomong sama
came to
semuanya
Devat
gitu
from
loh.
beyond the stars, yes. In other words,
Padahal kan
you
bisa ngomong
never
sama
belonged
Nehilat gitu
here.
loh.
And if Tevat
Jadi dia
is
takut
in its entirety
kesebar
a show on a
terus dianggap
stage, then you're
jadi
just a
Dewi nggak becus
spectator,
anjir, ya kan?
aren't you? If that's the case,
Ayo udah ngomong apa yang kamu sembunyikan? Akhirnya mau share ke kita kah? Iya kayaknya guys. Gempa lagi. Anjir, kebuka. Oh alah, dipindah ke sini. Jadi orang-orang lihat, Cuk.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Anjir, dijebak
so
anjir.
this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Anjir.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Kalau enggak, kamu harus berduel.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Anjir, ngajak duel juga kah? Oh enggak mau ngelawan.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you.
Will protect you tuh, you tuh ke siapa?
One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Kita ya. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Oke, kita masih punya kesempatan biar Furina ngomong soal kebenarannya ya.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Iya kan?
They changed into plain
Itu
clothes
kerjaan teman-teman
and came to
kita,
the
anjir.
Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this
You're
performance
welcome.
was only made possible with Father's support. The
Dibantu
House of the
Fatui,
Heart
anjir.
spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Untuk bikin
We had to select a
boxnya.
location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It
Sama
was a
bikin
lot of work
jalurnya,
for all
anjir.
of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor
Berarti yang
from the
tadi bukan
transportation
gara-gara
of the whole house?
thermal DLC water ya,
That's right.
tapi gara-gara
It
di
wasn't a sign of another
bawah
disaster.
anjir. Biar jadi tanda
Then, I can guess
apa
Nervulette and
namanya,
Cloran's
bikin
cards.
disaster pura-pura, guys.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for
Thank
you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Oke. Angela
You defeated the
pilih-milihin
Hydro
ya.
Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House.
Okay.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Aduh,
The
banyak
Tui
banget guys.
Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her
Ditulisin
instinct
gini
must mean
sama
something.
Charlotte anjir.
The fortress of
Ini
Marrakech
langsung
was
lama
almost
dong ini.
destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Okay.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Okay.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Alright. Oke, let's go terus. Let's go. Kita mulai.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Let's go.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Ya gini loh.
Instead, I would like
Kasih
to charge
VA
you
gitu
as
loh.
a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that?
Lady Furina berpura-pura.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's
Okay.
not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Dikasih suara gitu loh. Nah, kayak tadi dikasih suara gitu loh.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Kita akan nge-charge dia. Dia
Lady
bukanlah
I plead
Hydro
not
Archon,
guilty.
guys.
How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise
Jadi
known
dia-
as Farina de
jadi kita
Fontaine,
nge-accuse
a
dia kalau
member
dia
of the
bukan
Seven and the Regina of
ini ya.
all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine,
Archon ya.
could be anything other than your true Archon.
Okay.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the oratories has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Oke. Apa yang kita tahu soal Furina? Apa namanya? Kenapa Furina bisa hidup lama ya? Tapi bukan sebagai manusia. Irrelevant. Oh, udah di no. Oke. Kenapa Furina bisa hidup lama? Ini apa ya, guys? Kita coba. Apakah benar?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Oke, jadi kita nge-accuse dia, jangan-jangan kamu kena sebuah curse sehingga kamu bisa hidup lama.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervlet?
Kayaknya kita bener, Cok.
Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods
Anjir,
apart just by
tebakan
looking
kita
at them.
benar, guys.
It's not impossible.
Langsung imbang ya.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Oke. Nah, ini guys. Apa bukti Furina bukanlah penguasa Oratrice? Soalnya pas Gilde diputuskan tidak bersalah, tapi kok Oratrice-nya memutuskan bersalah atau alatnya memutuskan bersalah. Terus pas ditanya kayak gitu, si Furina nggak tahu apa-apa, guys. Jadi Gilde's conviction ini pasti jawaban yang tepat. Gila.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Tapi ente aja bingung sama alat ente sendiri, anjir.
Of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
You neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Padahal alat itu dibikin sama real Hydro Archon ya.
Now you're really losing me.
Tapi dia nggak tahu sistemnya, anjir itu udah aneh.
Why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Suruh nunjukin kekuatannya, anjir.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Udah mulai pada tidak percaya, anjir. Makin ke kita, anjir.
Seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone.
Dia beralasan kalau kekuatannya dipakai untuk mesin-mesinnya, guys.
Right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Udah pada mulai nggak percaya, anjir.
You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Apakah dia menipu?
That's enough.
Okay.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet
Oke,
another
siapa berarti ya? Kita juga belum tahu guys siapa Hydro Archon yang asli kalau bukan Furina, anjir, sorry kepencet guys. Oke. What evidence can prove that Furina is a human? Ini enggak sih? Ini enggak sih? Line enggak sih? Kenapa Line? Soalnya kita bisa ngetrik si Furina dibawa ke sini, ya enggak sih? Kita pencet guys. Oh, bukan anjir.
This clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Oke. Berarti Oke. Gua bingung, kita lihat orangnya apa lihat kata-katanya, guys. Furina adalah manusia. Oke. Pas kejadian ini tuh ngapain ya kita ya? Antara ini atau yang pertama? Kita coba ini dulu guys, di ruin mungkin. Oh, bukan anjir. Coba yang ini ya. Nah, ya kan?
That all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means
since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must
tetap
still
adil,
adhere to
Cuk, nih,
proper
Violet.
procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real
Kalau kamu
Hydro
Archon,
touching the seawater would have
harusnya
no
nggak ada
effect
efek
on you.
kalau kamu menyentuh
All it should
air
do is
ini.
strengthen your case. But if you don't
Tapi
dare
kalau
to
kamu
touch
nggak
it,
berani,
then we would have basically proved the
jadi
reverse.
bisa membuktikan kalau
Oh, and I
kamu
must
adalah
remind
manusia
you
biasa,
that after
cuma
the
orang
disaster at
Fontaine
Poisson,
biasa.
Nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oke, berani anjir. Farina. Apa gimana nih? Apakah airnya akan berubah?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Anjir, dipegang beneran kan?
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
Konsentrasinya dikurangi, guys,
On the off
biar
chance that
nggak
something
beneran
entirely
hilang gitu.
unexpected might occur.
Jadi apa namanya, konsentrasi primordial seawaternya dikurangi, jadi itu nggak murni primordial seawater, makanya itu dia pas megang nggak langsung hilang, tapi katanya si Gwen ada efek yang menunjukkan kalau itu kena manusia ya efeknya kayak gitu, jadi bisa dipastikan kalau efeknya sama kayak kalau itu dikenain ke manusia biasa gitu ya. Jadi ya masa kita mau bunuh orang cuma buat buktiin gitu loh.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
Kalau itu air murninya, itu Farina bisa karena Farina ternyata manusia anjir. Oke.
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Udah pada mulai nggak percaya anjir warga-warganya.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Kita bikin dia terpojok biar mau ngomong yang sejujurnya, guys. Jadi ini cuma sebenarnya cuma buat mojokin dia aja.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oke, waktunya berubah kah?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. It's too stacked against her now.
Anjir.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Anjir. Pecah, Cuk. Kayaknya berubah. Apa gimana nih? Oh, ini gambar yang di profesinya aja.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Nggak berubah anjir. Tapi itu scene yang ada di profesinya, Cok. Dia duduk sambil nangis. Apakah jangan-jangan profesinya dibaca dari kanan, guys? Mungkin ya.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Apa isinya?
What's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oke.
Isn't that correct then?
Terus apa tulisannya?
The exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty.
Oh, tulisannya the Hydro
to be
Archon,
punished
Cok.
via the death sentence.
Anjir, dihukum mati anjir.
The death sentence?
Tapi tulisannya bukan Furina loh, tapi Hydro Archon loh. Berarti dia emang Hydro Archon, guys.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Anjir.
Furina's been sentenced to death by
Apa
the
gara-gara dia Dewi jadinya dia dihukumnya paling ini, Cok.
How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Fasher aja nggak dihukum
Not
mati.
only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Kita bisa membuktikan kalau Furina bukan Hydro Archon, tapi tulisan di Oratrice-nya nulisnya Hydro Archon, Cok. Berarti emang Furina Hydro Archon. Cuman dihukum mati, Cok. Apakah berubah?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oke. Oh, ini yang pertama.
Prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard
ini yang
work, Mr.
pertama,
Faraday.
tapi
Please
jangan
allow
dibaca
me to
dari
review the
kanan, guys,
record
nggak
left
tahu
on
sih.
the slate.
Apa bacanya anjir?
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Oke, kita lihat.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Dari Oceanid jadi
I
human
believe I
beings.
have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
No, aku yakin tapi kayaknya Furina emang Hydro Archon sih, Paimon.
So when
Kayaknya
you say
ya.
Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
Tapi ada di dalam
In
diri
truth,
Furina mungkin
everything
atau
that you've
gimana gue
encountered
juga
in Fontaine up until
masih
this
bingung,
point
guys.
can be
Kita
traced back to
lihat
the
dulu,
contents of these
dulu.
stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paima will do her best to help you remember.
Oke. Oke, jadi kita urutkan urutan yang benar ya, the real event. Kalau urutan dari kiri itu ini.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Oke.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed to
Apakah
Oceanids?
orang-orang
Oh,
Fontanians
Paima wasn't expecting that.
akan berubah jadi Ocean? Tapi kayaknya iya sih, guys.
Turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Oh, tapi apakah itu bisa? Tapi emang iya kan? Yang apa namanya? Yang kasus Farce kemarin sama kasus yang pada mati ini si Melus sama si Silver yang baru-baru ini kan, mereka akhirnya kan berubah jadi Oceanic, guys. Tapi apakah mungkin itu bisa dirubah kebalikannya?
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together.
Oke, terus mereka minta ampun
The heavens
sama
still brought
Celestia ya.
judgment down upon them.
Oke.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Maybe.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Tapi gua rasa bacanya dari kanan gitu ya. Soalnya gambar ini tadi kita lihat tuh. Jangan itu bisa jadi petunjuk gitu.
The Hydro Archon crying on her throne and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster
Jadi
could
kita
happen
coba
at
urutkan
first,
dari
did we?
kanan ke kiri
But
ya.
after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Oke, the real event gua rasa dari sini ke kanan. Ini dulu. Oke. Se. Ini yang jelas ini.
That doesn't sound quite
What?
right. Let's think about this some more.
What? Se. The stone slate. Okay. It seemed to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanid into people. Oke, jadi ini katanya Hydro Archon menggunakan kekuatannya untuk mengubah Oceanid jadi orang, jadi manusia. Oke. Ini kah? Oke.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that
sorry, guys.
Fontanians can dissolve.
Oke. Bentar, apa ini namanya? It shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still broke judgment down upon them. Tetap dihukum. Jadi kayaknya ini, guys. Nice.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay. Ini menunjukkan Hydro Archon tenggelam di laut, surrounded by many people. Mungkin Navia ya? Ya nggak sih? Nice.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Maybe. Dan yang terakhir. Okay. Okay. Okay.
A prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Alright.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Jadi ini ya prophecy yang udah terjadi mungkin ya.
She nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Ding 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 ding. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro
Anjir.
Archon, with Oceanids as their
Jadi
basis.
orang-orang Fontaine tuh aslinya emang Oceanid,
Found
Cuk.
in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Jadi mereka itu cuma balik ke bentuk aslinya kalau kena primordial seawater, Cuk.
Dissolved,
Ya kan?
also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Dan mereka berubah jadi Oceanid, Cuk.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Karena apa? Asal menggunakan kekuatannya, terus Celestia marah
So explain
mungkin.
why the Oratries judged the Hydro
Itulah
Archon
kenapa
to be guilty.
Hydro Archon
It's to account for that ancient sin.
Iya, dihukum.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us.
Anjir.
And
Dosa
yet, after
sebenarnya
many
adalah
hundreds
membuat
of years,
para
the
Oceanid
Hydro
jadi
Archon's
Fontainian,
creations
bro.
have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end,
Jadi dulu nenek moyang mereka tuh emang Oceanid, Cuk. Berarti mereka tuh keturunan Oceanid,
only the
Cuk.
Hydro Archon
Dan berarti orang luar yang misal orang Mondstadt nikah sama orang Fontaine terus punya anak, berarti setengah Oceanid setengah manusia anjir.
You've made some
Aslinya
keen
ya, tapi kan udah
deductions.
diubah jadi
I must
manusia sama
say,
Hydro
given how much
Archon
you still don't know,
sebelumnya,
it is
Entah
impressive that you've
sebelumnya atau
already
yang
managed to
Furina ini,
connect
nggak tahu
so
sih, guys.
many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Jadi inspect sama Nevilet.
Well,
Apa yang asli gimana?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Bener
In the
ternyata.
Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Dia kan Oceanid kan familiarnya Hydro Archon kan, terus dijadiin manusia
The Oceanids
biar
were
bisa
enamored
tinggal
with the
di
beauty and
pulau
romanticism of
anjir.
human
Pasti biar
beings.
bisa tinggal di darat.
Wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon as one of the 7 did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Okay.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the
Tapi kalau
primordial
kena
sea, the power
air,
within their bodies would escape these
langsung
artificial
jadi
restraints and return to the
Oceanid
sea.
lagi ya gitu loh.
As a result, their
Jadi
forms
sebenarnya
would
mereka
collapse,
itu nggak
and
hilang,
they would be
guys, tapi
reverted to
berubah
their
balik
original
lagi ke
forms
bentuk
as
aslinya
Oceanids.
anjir ya kan tuh. Kalau kena primordial
Of course,
seawater terus itu.
the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Nah, tapi si Hydro Archon menggunakan kekuatannya itu pasti jelas nggak izin. Ya intinya ada yang lebih tinggi lah, yaitu Celestia itu kalau di dunia Genshin gitu ya. Jadi dia anggapannya bikin race manusia baru, ras
And
manusia
thus,
baru.
the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Anjir, jadi orang-orang Fontaine ini aslinya Oceanid, Jo.
before we turned into
Anjir,
human beings?
berubah jadi
That's way
manusia,
too much
anjir.
information for me.
Gila.
I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Fakta yang mengerikan, Jo,
But if that's
yang
the truth,
mereka
we
pasti
can't
nggak
let the
pengen
Hydro
dengar
Archon
lah.
be sentenced to death.
Kalau ternyata
After
mereka
all, her only
bukanlah
sin was creating
manusia.
us.
Mereka
This really might
bener-bener,
be too much information for
Iya,
your
anjir.
regular Fontainian.
mereka
Does
aslinya
answer a lot of our
Oceanid, Jo.
questions.
Alas, your
Yang dianggap
hypothesis
monster
regarding
ini.
the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Tapi katanya yang ketiga sama keempat beda.
A key
Ada
point of the
perbedaan,
visual on the
guys.
3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Oke. Ya, di slate-nya digambarkan manusia yang mengelilingi Furina, bukan Oceanid. Iya sih.
They have not been dissolved, which
Oke,
implies
dan
that the
mereka
water
nggak berubah
depicted in
jadi
this slate
Oceanid
is
lagi,
not
mereka
water
tetap
from the
manusia.
primordial sea.
Oke. Meskipun mereka udah kecebur di primordial sea, mereka tetap manusia, bukan bukan Oceanid.
The
Terus
nation of
apa?
Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may
jadi
also
itu cuma
recall
kiasan
Navia's
ya.
experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate
Oke,
is
arti dari
that the
slate
people
ketiga
of
adalah
Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon. at the Court of Justice.
Oh, jadi emang orang-orang Fontaine pengen bawa Hydro Archon ke Court of Justice, Cuk.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Dan itu sesuai dengan apa yang kita jalani sekarang,
I think I'm
anjir.
following
Situasi
now.
sekarang, anjir.
So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy
Ya,
foretold.
terus nangisnya itu yang
So
sekarang
now it
juga kan.
seems we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Udah ke fulfill
I
malahan.
would like to point out another small
Menurut gue udah
fallacy
ke
in your
fulfill lah, itu
deductions.
udah nangis tuh.
About the fourth
Udah nangis
slate,
di atas tuh.
you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Apa, Cuk? What is the
This
true
eruption was
source?
just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Oke, jadi itu mungkin baru awal, tapi kita harus cari apa akar dari ini ya. Akar dari disasternya. Massive Whale.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Okay.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Yang menyebabkan disaster, paus itu berarti ya. Ya enggak sih? Jangan-jangan yang mengamuk selama ini pausnya itu, guys. Tuh, sini guys. Tonton dulu. Anjrot langsung muncul di situ. Wah, anjir. Oh, Cilde itu selama ini ngelawan paus gitu tuh. Anjir, rusak. Anjir, kecebur lagi, Cok. Oh shit. Cilde bertarung berapa hari BTW?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Itu
It
bukan
has
dari
been
Tevat,
greedily
anjir.
consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Itu yang menyebabkan pasang ini ya, pasang air ya, pasang air laut ya, yang primordial sea. Jadi dia mengkonsumsi primordial sea gitulah buat
Once it is
bertumbuh
finished
lah.
consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Anjir, jadi dia ngonsumsi primordial sea water, Cok. Jadi selama ini Cild itu mah nyelamatin kita berarti ya.
Food in the form of Fontanians.
Anjir, jadi dia makanin orang fonten, Cok. What the fuck? Yang ini yang berubah jadi ini ya, yang berubah jadi apa namanya guys, Oceanid lagi ya.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac.
Mana nggak bawa ini ya? Nggak bawa vision pula. Visionnya aja kita bawa.
Now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Hah? Udah telat
It
maksudnya?
had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Apakah akan ada perang lagi guys, kayak di Liyue?
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Di Liyue kan sampai perang gitu. Tapi itu Archon quest apa story quest? Archon kan kalau nggak salah. Yang kita lawan lewat ini loh guys, pakai rumah apa?
What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Ya, pasti masih ada celah.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Iya, Cok. Masih ada cara untuk menyelamatkan semua orang. Iya. Furina mau ngomong apa ya? Secret. Literally a real secret. Hah? Ini lagi, guys.
What's happening with the oratories?
Ledak, Cok, mesinnya.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Terus nyelamatin Furina, Cok. Jangan sampai di hukuman. Udah ini, Cok, hopeless anjir. Berarti emang dia literally Hydro Archon, orang dia mau dihukum. Oh, ini kebuka nih rahasianya Furina. Anjrot, siapa itu? Ya, Cok, soalnya kan Hydro Archon sentence death, itu death sentence gitulah, dihukum mati. Berarti Furina emang dari Hydro Archon, orang nulisnya bukan Furina, nulisnya apa? Hydro Archon. Ini dia wujud Furina yang asli atau mungkin yang satunya, guys. Anjir, Furina yang putih, Cok. Furina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is
Furina
just
skin
too
ini bagus, guys.
I couldn't help myself.
Mending Furinanya skin ini anjir.
Who are you?
The sweet
Oh, ini
sound of
Vocalors.
bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Anjir, suaranya kayak gitu.
But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Oh.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Juga harus
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't
Makanya
it?
dia nipu orang-orang
Everyone
juga
doomed
itu
to
loh. Karena
dissolve.
dia pengen menipu
Fontaine condemned to be
itu tadi
flooded.
Dreadly apalah itu anjir.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my
Mending
dearest
Furina skin
predecessor.
ini anjir.
That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Yang
So
ya, jaga
yes,
di
as you have no
Celestia
doubt
ya.
surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I
Makanya dia
had to
nipu
outwit
orang-orang
the heavenly
gitu. Biar nggak
principles,
ketahuan kalau
allow the
dia
prophecy to be
yang akun
fulfilled,
asli ya cuma masuk ke
ostensibly at
tubuhnya
least,
Furina
while
malah
saving
gitu sih.
everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Tapi berarti yang berbuat itu
But
sebelumnya
one can
dia
only
Egeria
play
ya.
the hand one is
Dia
dealt.
yang bersihin-bersihin
I
anjir.
did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Dia pun sebelumnya Oceanid, Jo, terus diangkat, terus diubah jadi manusia sama Egeria, terus dijadiin suksesornya Egeria,
Yes,
anjir.
I
What
was.
the hell?
I always dreamed of
Anjrit.
becoming human, and I still do, even now.
Ya kan karena emang udah
In
jadi
my
manusia
eyes,
sih
to be
sebenarnya.
human is to
Meskipun
be
mereka
part
emang
of the greatest
awalnya
opera ever known.
juga apa namanya
After
Oceanid
becoming a
itu.
god, I
Terus jadi
separated my
dewi
divinity
anjir.
from my body and spirit,
Nah, terus
leaving
dipisah,
behind
yang satu jadi
only a
Furina, yang
self
satu.
that was as naive and
Ah.
bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Ini tuh gambaran dia pas hari pertama jadi manusia, makanya kayak
The
gitu,
me
guys.
you see before
Kadang
you now
sombong,
is
kadang
that divinity.
dan nggak
And
berdaya
the
juga
human
gitu loh.
counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
Terus dia
She
namain
could feel
Furina.
joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in
Ya,
every
meskipun Oceanid
way.
ya mereka udah jadi
The
manusia sih.
person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Terus di
All part
curse
of the plan,
untuk
of
tetap
course.
hidup.
The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Terus itu juga termasuk dari rencana dia nipu heavenly principles gitu.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne.
Okay.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her,
So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed.
Ya, anjir ya
And
kasihan,
although
Jo.
she is, in a
Tetep ya
sense,
jadi manusia
me
biasa,
in
anjir.
human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500
Udah 500
years,
tahun dia hidup, Jo.
and all along, she's been playing
Dan
her
tersiksa,
part
kan?
in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oke, jadi itu wujud aslinya Hydro Archon ya, itu gue yakin ya ada di tubuh Furina gitu loh. Tapi ya itu tadi, dia emang di dalam biar menipu Heavenly Principles lah. Oke, kita di sini tapi masuk ke pikirannya Furina yang ini ya. Oke. Jadi kayaknya ini beda scene gitu, guys. Yang tadi emang udah memunculkan diri, tapi ini kita sedang masuk ke pikirannya Furina ya. Kalau tadi kan yang diajak ngobrol soalnya si Nivellate, bukan kita.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand
Don't look
you.
at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Ini apa, guys? Kenapa ada
I am
yang atasnya?
Focalor.
Kenapa ada?
The eyes of countless Fontanians are
tulisan
upon
lagi.
me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Sama ini kayak berpura-pura gitu loh, dia nutupin banyak hal, Jo. Tapi kan jadi kesiksa ya, kasihan nggak bisa ngomong sesuatu yang sebenarnya, anjir. Oke. Kita matiin lampunya.
Dear audience, the performance is
Ya ampun,
experiencing
kenapa
a
ada
technical
musuhnya?
difficulty, but worry not. The gods
ampun.
shall resolve it soon enough.
Sempet-sempetnya tarung dulu loh.
Drop! Ha! Ha! Da! Ja! Da! Ja! Ha! Starfall! Ja! Ja! Da! Ha! Ja! Boom boom! Ha! Inadmissible evidence! Quiver! Ja! Ja! Hey, it gives. The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! No turning back! Flash! Rumble apart! Ha!
Gak kena, anjir.
Strike! Motion to compel! Ninjutsu! Drop! Flash! Time for
strike!
Starfall!
Gak kena anjir.
Storm the front!
Oke. Oke, kita dapat tiket. Panjang banget cuy ini, tapi Archon quest-nya nggak kelar-kelar. Before a mirror, Furina, Furina. Oke. Anjir, panjang banget cuy tapi. Sumpah dah. Oke. Nggak bisa lari, nggak bisa jalan.
Farina.
Celananya jadi hitam ya.
Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Dan itu yang kita dapat ya.
Be not nervous.
Kalau kita jadi
Be
ini
not
apa namanya?
afraid. I am before you.
Kalau kita dapetin
Wait a
Furina,
moment. You're
Furina yang ini kan,
near
yang
me?
pakai celana putih,
How can
hitam
this
kan,
be?
bukan yang celana putih,
Near
celana
you,
hitam.
huh? You know what?
Nggak tahu
not
siapa
bad.
bedanya.
Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
Diriku yang satu lagi. Yami Furina anjir.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you
Ini
to
hari
play
pertama
a
dulu dia
role.
dijadiin ini ya,
That
jadiin
of the
Archon
new
ya.
Archon.
Iya kan?
Play as a god?
That's right.
Jadi
You must
makanya
begin
disuruh
a
menderita kan,
never-ending
ini deritanya.
masquerade.
You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you
Disuruh
can
sama
keep it up,
vokaler ya,
then
dirinya
I
yang satu
shall
lagi.
have my way of defying this
Terus dia
prophecy.
juga yang bekerja untuk
But
biar
should
profesinya
your
enggak
identity
ini.
be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But
Makanya dia harus
how will
pura-pura
I do
jadi
this?
Archon
A
anjir.
human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of
Anjir,
a god
500
as
tahun
humans
berpura-pura jadi
imagine them to be.
Archon.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll
Dia
try.
juga nggak pengen, tapi
I'll
sebenarnya
try to do this.
dia juga pengen nyelamatin semua orang gitu.
Am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage
Anjir,
for
makanya ini
many,
curse-nya ya.
many years.
Kamu harus
You will endure and not grow old until your task
Anjir.
ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How
Dan
exciting.
trialnya udah terjadi kan.
I'll be looking forward to it.
500 tahun dia menjalani ini ya. Oke, ada lagi. Ya ampun, scene-nya berapa Cok BTW? Anjrot nggak kelar-kelar Cok. Oke, terus tadi ya permintaan si Vosaler ya, biar si Furina jadi berpura-pura jadi Dewi ya, jadi Archon ya. Makanya dia oke, I see. Jadi ini cerita sesungguhnya ya guys. Tadi hari pertama dia jadi ini apa namanya, jadi Archon. Sekarang ini udah
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But
nah,
this
ini
is
pertama kali
my
dia
first
akhirnya ketemu
time
sama
facing
orang-orang
the people.
Fontaine, oke?
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Fosalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on?
Berarti hari pertamanya dia juga susah ya.
Suspecting me of being a fake.
Udah dituduh palsu ya awal-awal ternyata.
If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
Jadi dia melakukan ini juga sebenarnya untuk menghindari ini guys, menghindari celananya udah putih, menghindari profesi itu anjir.
Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality. It's quite shocking.
Mulai pada percaya kalau dia emang Archonnya, guys.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Oke, mungkin ini scene terakhir ya, mudah-mudahan ya. Anjrot banyak banget cok scene-nya. Udah berapa jam kita cok, hampir 4 jam mungkin, atau hampir 5 jam, tapi nggak apa-apa guys.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Tapi nggak kerasa sih guys.
Now, was I not
Karena seru
just
sih
at the
ceritanya.
opera house in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Dan datang juga trialnya ya.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so?
Makanya dia
Well,
bikin
no wonder.
institut
This issue
segala
has
macem ya
reached the
biar
realm of the
bisa
gods
ngindarin
after all.
propesi
Still,
itu, guys.
their spirit is praiseworthy.
Jadi dia juga berusaha dengan dirinya sendiri, cuy. Dia juga berusaha gitu loh, karena dia juga nggak mau propesi itu terjadi, karena dia juga bakal mati juga ntar kalau propesi itu terjadi. Nah dia tahu dia manusia gitu loh.
Breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Masih ada loh anak babi scene 4. Woi, sampai berapa scene, Cok? Hampir 5 jam ini kita record, anjir. Ini terlama berarti, guys. Cuman emang nggak kerasa sih. Anjrot, tapi ya 5 jam ya capek, Cok.
I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited
Ganti celana hitam lagi, anjir.
so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Dia juga riset, Cok, biar propesinya nggak terjadi gitu loh. Oke, tiba-tiba udah scene 182.375.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful
Bener
believer.
anjir, 100.
A descendant
Ini gue
of
hitung
a
sendiri,
line most ardent.
182.375 hari dibagi 365 499. Jadi ini udah 500 tahun, Cok. Anjir, beneran gue hitung, guys. 500 tahun itu 182 ribuan hari anjir.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Anjir, 500 tahun nggak nemu-nemu solusinya ya. Plus dirinya yang satu lagi juga nggak segera memberi kabar gitu loh soal propesinya. Soalnya propesinya makin lama kok makin mau terjadi gitu loh. Sampai nangis anjir 500 tahun. Kayak nggak ada hasil gitu loh.
No wonder.
Ya kan anggapannya 500 tahun dia nggak bisa nikmati hidup, Cok.
Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Anjir, kasihan, Cok.
So interminable.
Tuh, dia sampai udah mau sampai berapa lama lagi gitu loh untuk pura-pura jadi Archon, Cok. Kasihan, Cok, sebenarnya.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now.
Udah 500 tahun anjir.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined.
Iya, jadi sama ini dia tuh dalam show, guys.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone.
Dia pengen ngomong ini, cuman nggak bisa. Soalnya kalau dia ngomong, ntar iya, dia takut kan. Soalnya dikasih tahu sama si Vokalor kalau kamu ngasih tahu atau ketahuan, maka hasilnya kan sia-sia. Terus proposnya kan tetap terjadi. Makanya dia bingung mau cerita nggak bisa. Makanya dia nggak bisa cerita ke siapa namanya, ke Village juga, Cok, itu loh. Anjir, kasihan banget, Cok. Ya bener-bener 500 tahun mah kayak dihukum, Cok. Tuh, dia tuh sayang juga sama Fontaine gitu loh. Makanya dia nggak mau Fontaine hancur gitu loh. Anjrit. Dan sekarang hari ini ya 182.376. Anjrot.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't
ini
know
terus
what you
ngomong
might be
ya.
keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Nah, gini loh, Lumi ini dikasih suara gitu loh.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was
Tuh,
fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Kamu bukan dari sini.
And if Tevat
Jadi dia
is
mungkin
in
bisa
its
ngomong
entirety
sama ini.
a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's
Makanya
the
dia mau
case,
ngomong sebenarnya.
she's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
Dia itu sebenarnya cuma pengen cerita, Cok, tapi nggak bisa, nggak ada yang bisa diajak cerita itu.
Will be the ones to pay the price.
Nah,
No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right, Farina? You've worked so hard for so long.
500 tahun, dan apakah ini akan dia omongkan sekali ini gitu?
Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you
Dia itu
can
cuma pengen
confide your
curhat, Cok,
frustrations
cuman
and
nggak bisa,
sorrows?
anjir.
Surely it could not hurt if you let this
Dia
opportunity
itu cuma
slip
pengen
through your
berbagi
fingers.
cerita,
It
anjir.
might never come by
yang dia tahan selama 500 tahun, Jo. Pas pengen mau ngomong malah udah dipindah sama Line, jadi telat. Udah mau ngomong ini, tapi
I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Fine. Akhirnya, tapi akhirnya nggak ngomong ya. Kirain harusnya berani ngomong, soalnya kita kan bukan dari Fontaine, jadi harusnya kan katanya nggak boleh ngasih tahu orang. Ayo, Fontaine, orang Teyvat lah ya.
The truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done.
Jahat juga, Jo.
To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive
Anjir,
yourself.
untuk menipu heavenly principles kamu harus menipu dirimu
She did
sendiri.
very
Anjir.
well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Bahkan sama
It
kita pun nggak
seems
boleh
that trusting humanity
anjir.
was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you.
Jadi
hidden
dia
within the
sama ini yang
machine
di
all
dalam
along.
mesin, guys.
Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice,
dia jadi satu dengan
taking Fontaine's gnosis
Oratrice.
with me. Yes.
Wah, makanya kan iya, si Line pernah dengar kayak ada suara
Alas,
orang, ternyata
your
suaranya dia aja
understanding of this device
yang
still
ada di dalam
lacks
Oratrice.
sufficient
Berarti
depth. In truth,
yang
it is no enactor
buat
of justice.
kebijakan ya
It
buat
is,
keputusan
in
dia,
fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh, jadi yang bikin si
beg your pardon?
Oh,
si
you have
bikin
it.
yang
And to
bikin
be more
Cilde bersalah
precise,
dia. Iya kan?
not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The
Makanya
destruction
tulisannya
of
Hydro
that
Archon
divine
bukan
throne.
Furina atau Focalor.
If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oke. Tapi ya katanya kekuatan para Archon itu dulunya dari naga, guys.
Oh,
Jadi dibagi
what?
setengah gitu loh.
Getting sad again, are we? The authority
Jadi
of the
sebenarnya
ancient dragons shall soon be yours
berarti
once
kuat
more,
banget, tuh.
O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can
Astaga, ini
sacrifice
juga
yourself at the very
setengahnya
end.
kekuatannya juga punyanya Morax ya kalau nggak salah.
I've never
Berarti
quite seen it that way,
Fallen
you know.
juga.
Even now, I'm quite pleased at
Terus
how well
kalau-
my deception worked.
Tapi kalau naganya itu dibunuh sama ya kalau nggak salah ya. Oke, ini terus mau gimana ini?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
Jadi Egeria yang bikin eksis, terus dia yang bikin itu tetap berlanjut. Dia nggak pengen orang-orang Fontaine jadi ini lagi, jadi apa? Jadi ini lagi lah, apa namanya? Jadi Oceanid lagi lah itu lah.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians,
terus dia
have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
Oke.
Iudex Nervillet,
Jadi yang dihukum antara dia atau orang-orang Fontaine gitu kan?
when you
Maksudnya.
regain your full power as an elemental sovereign,
Terus ntar kekuatannya
what
balik ke
verdict shall you
Novillet
pass upon
lagi. Jadi kekuatannya Novillet ntar jadi full
So
lagi.
when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the
Jadi
beginning,
si
I was
Vosalos mau
uninterested in human existence.
mengorbankan diri kah,
These
guys?
5
Maybe.
centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fosalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Anjir. Diadili berarti.
the hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Anjir. Dieksekusi berarti dia ya. Biar orang-orang Fontaine selamat, anjir.
I hope you've enjoyed the part
Kita
you
dengarkan
played
dulu.
these 500 years.
Anjir. Jadi 500 tahun itu buat ngisi tenaganya ini, guys, biar bisa dieksekusi. Emang butuh waktu segitu. Bukan dia ngelur-ngelur waktu gitu loh. Emang tenaganya itu butuh 500 tahun untuk bisa mengeksekusi si Vosalor gitu loh. Oke, kita lihat dulu. Ya, jangan bocor dulu, Bro.
Codex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What? Anjrit guys, literally tarian kematian, Cok. Bener-bener mati anjir. Berarti sudah nggak ada, di ceritanya sudah nggak ada berarti ya. Archon Hydra udah nggak ada ya.
Has the death sentence been carried out?
Anjir.
Was that bright light
Hampir
some
nangis gue
sort
guys.
of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Orang-orang nggak bisa lihat Cok, yang lihat Nefilet doang. Kita pun ngeliat cuma ngeliat Furina yang
It's
satu
time
lagi.
to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oke.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Oh iya, sekarang kan udah
I have gained the
nggak
strength
dihukum ya.
sufficient to deal with it. Through certain
Jadi sekarang
means,
orang-orang
I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that
Nah
creature.
iya, karena Nefilet udah balik ke full power ya. Jadi sekarang dia punya kekuatan untuk
We should seize
ngalahin
the opportunity to pursue our
paus
quarry.
itu guys. You obtain power.
Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root
Kita
of the
jadi
calamities
eksekutor.
befalling Fontaine.
Anjir,
The
ini
beast that
masih
enacts the prophecy.
lanjut jancuk,
Its
jancuk.
name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Anjir, dan sekarang berarti udah nggak pengaruh dong kalau kena primordial sea water, karena udah yaitu pilihannya antara kamu bunuh dewamu atau kamu bunuh orang-orangmu gitu kan. Dan dia memilih untuk membunuh dirinya sendiri biar orang-orangnya selamat ya kan, biar tetap jadi manusia guys. Anjir, jadi fix Hydra Archon sudah mati. Anjir, ini ending yang bener-bener beda ya. Maksudnya kita 4 negara semua Archonnya masih hidup. Anjir, lawan apa Cok ini? Ngalahinnya gimana? Anak babi, anak
I've
becok.
already done my best to separate.
Ya Allah ya Robby, lawannya piye?
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot
Woi,
reach
ini
the
lawannya
power
piye?
source. Unless I can find a way to attack it from
Cok.
within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. I shall look for an
Anjir, nggak kelang Cok. Woi, ini masalahnya dia masa nggak bisa ini dulu. Gue cuma pakai karakter yang biasa aja.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Anjrot nggak berkurang Cok. What the fuck? Ini masalahnya itunya apa, nggak dikasih tahu ya, kelemahannya apa ya.
Strike! Ha! Kaboom!
Anjir.
The
Cok,
all-devouring narwhal
kurang
cannot
anjir.
resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Kacau. Bisa makan nggak? Bisa sih. Wih, kacau nih. Ngalahinnya piye ya.
I'm out of here! Starball! Quiver! Motion to compel!
Oke, nice. 7. Jancuk. What the fuck? Iki piye ya. Oh, kita masuk ke dalam tubuh. Wih, ini jangan bercanda lah. Ini cara ngalahinnya piye, Cok. Kok kita jadi cepat gini? Wah, anjot apa ini, kenapa? Woi. Lanjut, Cok.
Incinerate!
Cok.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Kebal.
Manifest
the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Iki carane ngalahin piye?
Invisible evidence! I'm out of here! Strike! Motion to compel!
Woi, woi, woi. Aja deh.
No turning back!
Oke. Bentuknya jadi kayak gitu tadi ya. Sikat. Anjir udah full power Violet cuk. Udah full power Dragon anjir. Sekarang berarti diambil alih naga lagi ya kekuatan Hydra gitu kan. Anjir kuat cuk, nggak apa-apa ya. Itu bentuk orang. Oh, what? What? Who are you? Oh, anjir. Kecil jadi what? What? Siapa itu guys?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Master's pet? Dan itu murid what? Aku tidak berpikir kalau muridku dan master pets dan hewan peliharaan masterku. Jadi dia punya master, punya hewan peliharaan. Terus Cilde itu muridnya dia. Oh, jadi selama ini yang dibilang master sama Cilde itu dia, guys. Malah bertarung. Oke.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I
Tapi dia
suppose I'll
siapa,
have to
Cok?
swing
Apa
my
orang
sword 3
Celestia?
million times as penance.
That power. Who are you
Siapa kamu,
exactly?
Cok? Itu kekuatan apa pula?
Hyman has an idea.
Ini kenapa jadi
She said earlier she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Oh, kita udah pernah dikasih tahu namanya toh.
It's just that
Namanya
he gave us
Skirk,
the
anjir.
impression that she was the less
Oh,
talkative
person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you,
Tapi
on
ini
the other
kekuatan
hand,
apa, Cuk?
managed
Enggak,
to
kenapa
defeat the
kayak
all-devouring
future gitu
narwhal
juga,
without
plus
using
musiknya
power from
juga
beyond
gitu.
this world.
Kenapa jadi musik
you may speak to me as
futuristik
equals.
gitu, guys? Apa ini?
I have
Apa
to
ini,
agree.
Cuk?
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind
Oh,
of
dan
power
namanya
is wasted
narwhal
on it.
yang
It's
tadi
not
ya.
cooperative. It
Will
eats too
tadi ya.
much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Anjir, dan itu cuma petnya, Cuk.
no.
Gimana
It
masternya,
fails
anjir?
as a
What the
pet.
fuck? Gimana yang punya, anjir?
Miss Skirk?
Skirk?
I think you might have missed the point.
Anjir, cantik,
The
Cuk.
point being,
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Dan apa ini? Kekuatan apa, Cuk?
Master's master. Wait, is that right?
right.
Kekuatan
So
apa
you
ini, Cuk?
don't
Kenapa
know.
stockingnya kayak gitu?
Sorry, I
Futuristik
assumed you did.
gini.
His name
Kok jadi
is
gini?
Surtology.
Namanya Surtalogi.
I am
Master.
unfamiliar with that name.
Aku nggak tahu nama itu. Devlet pun nggak tahu, Cuk.
So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I
The
describe
Fool?
him then?
Siapa lagi The Fool?
Have you
anjir?
heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexenzer.
Oh.
She's away with Mom, right?
What? What? Loh, tapi kok his kan bukannya cowok ya? Rini daughter is part of what? Ibunya Albedo. What?
So you do know that name. To be
What?
honest, I also
I
heard
don't
all
know, guys.
those names and
Semakin
titles from my
kacau ini
master.
anjir.
I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Anjir, masternya dia.
My master is likely a similar sort to Ryan.
Hah? Bukan
They're both
ibunya dong,
pursuing
mungkin
some form
temennya.
of perfection.
Oh, mungkin yang bikin Albedo. Iya kan, Albedo bukan terus ibunya Alice kan, tapi maksudnya Klee ibunya Alice, ya kan. Terus Albedo itu dibikin sama si Harsen Duder tadi itu. Oh iya, dan mungkin ya, oh, dan dia itu masternya ini, dan Skek ini masternya Cilde, anjir. Bawahan jadi ya gitulah, I don't know.
Didn't you
Ya,
also
kita
mention a
langsung lanjut
visionary
dulu.
person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Apakah
that the
akan
all-devouring
playable
Warlord
si
used up
mbak-mbak
nearly all
ini,
its
Skek
strength
ini?
fighting you.
Cantik guys.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Anjir, masih
As
banyak
such,
banget
the
rahasia yang belum
Fontaine back on the
kebuka, anjir.
surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over
Wah, aku mau
should now
Skek
be in full
guys.
swing.
Anjir. Kalau playable ya.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Anjir, jadi
In the
kayak
end, the
banyak
people will
fraksi
all be
gitu, guys.
dissolved
Oke,
into the
kita lihat
waters,
dulu ya
and
scene-nya.
only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Anjir, ini orang-orang yang jadi Oceanid jadi orang lagi, Cok. Jadi Melus sama Silver hidup lagi mungkin ya. Jangan bilang iya, guys. Iya, Cok. Pada hidup lagi, Cok. Oke, kita lihat dulu, kita tonton dulu. Oh, ini kapal dari ini ya. Dari mana? Dari
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
dari British Lee. Oh enggak, kita ini hidup lagi. Nah ini kejadian kapan, Cok? Anjret. Emang tetap ini ya, tetap apa namanya? Tetap terendam ya. Terusnya enggak sih, guys, tapi nggak tahu sih. Kita lihat dulu aja, kita tonton dulu.
Look! The water's receding!
Oh, airnya turun.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh enggak, ini kejadian sekarang, guys. Wah, ternyata jadi tenggelam, tapi nggak pada jadi ini, nggak pada jadi menyatu dengan air. Karena kan ya itu, Focalor udah mengorbankan diri kan. Anjir, dirusak gini, Cok.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy.
Anjir, penantian 500 tahun ya. Tapi ya harus mengorbankan seseorang sih. Harus ada yang mati, Cok. Dia ketakutan pula, maksudnya Pas di saat menghadapi kematian ternyata aku bisa merasa takut, anjir. Wih, ngelek. Kenapa tadi suaranya nyambung, guys? Oke, jadi kayak banyak faksi gitu guys sekarang ya. Jadi ada Fatui, ada Harbinger, terus ada itu Hersen Secret. Hersen Secret isinya orang-orang kuat, anjir. Dan nggak tahu kekuatan apa yang mereka pakai, guys. Dan apakah itu salah satu dari Kanriah, kita juga nggak tahu. Terus belum Heavenly Principle, belum Celestia, masih banyak banget sesuatu yang belum dibuka di Genshin, Cok. What the fuck, man? Hersen Secret isinya orang-orang kayak gimana, Cok? Kekuatan apa, Cok? Kekuatannya tuh lihat tadi si Skirk tuh kayak nggak tahu vision apa, Cok, kan? Vision yang kita tahu ya 7 itu kan. Tapi sekarang kok what? Luluh lantah ini. BTW. Oh, masih lanjut. Yang final. Oh, jadi ini act terakhir, guys. Ternyata nggak ada ini ya. Nggak ada act 6 ya. Jadi ini act terakhir. So
renewed. The Spinati Rasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia.
Dan tiba-tiba udah ini ya, udah ke rebuild ya, Fontaine.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research.
Ya, at least kepake lah ya kapalnya, meskipun cuma sebentar.
Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Oke.
Wow.
Udah kelar akhirnya, guys.
The people in the reports, are those really Jurier and Navia?
4 jam lah
They
ya.
sound like real big shots.
What do you think?
Anjir, tapi kok nggak jelas. Terus pertemuan kita sama Skirk gitu doang, what? Kayak nggak jelas gitu, guys. What the fuck? What happened to Genshin, anjir? Tapi yang jelasnya ada beberapa yang bisa kita simpulkan. Masih ada banyak rahasia yang belum terungkap di Genshin, guys. Meskipun kita udah nyampe kota kelima, dan gua rasa ceritanya akan makin padat nanti ya, makin lama, karena ya itu tadi masih ada Fatui, Harbinger, Herkis Rinsen, Heavenly Principles, Celestial, apalah itu, Kanriah belum lagi, terus Denslave itu belum lagi, Abyss belum lagi, masih banyak banget guys yang belum dibuka di Genshin. Yuk, gila. Dan ya semakin excited untuk menunggu update-update selanjutnya, ceritanya akan seperti apa. Tapi yang jelas nanti gua akan ya sedikit cerita soal konklusi dari video kali ini ya, oke. Dari cerita kali ini.
Let's head to Poisson first and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oke. Ya Allah, masih disuruh ke Poisson. Waduh, mbak ininya nanti aja, mbak apa? Interviewnya nanti aja, cuk. Ini udah 4 jam kita, meskipun bener guys nggak begitu terasa menurut gua karena seru sih ceritanya, nggak yang looping kayak di Sumeru, cuk. Jadi 4 jam tuh nggak kerasa. Gua kalau nggak salah tadi mulai jam 9:30, 11, 12, 1, 2, anjir 4 jam, cuk. Ini udah 1:30 pagi, anjir. 4 jam lah gua nge-record, anjir. Hampir 5 jam dan kita masih disuruh ke Poisson, woi. Ayo selesaikan ceritanya, anjir. Udah gak ada yang penting aku mau Skirk kalau ada. Dan Navia akhirnya jadi ini ya, berteman sama Fatu ya.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh,
Anjir, jadi
you're
terlihat
back
baik,
too.
Cok, Fatu ya, anjir.
How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news.
Speed of the
Freshness
essence.
is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oke. Poisson aman, sekarang kita ke Fortress. Maybe good. Tidak jebol kan Fortressnya ya, karena kan udah di dalam air ya sebelumnya ya.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Anjir, dari sini ke sini lagi loh. Anjir, panjang banget Cok cerita kali ini.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Di foto-fotoin anjir.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Karena nggak boleh difoto,
You
aku
already know my answer,
interview
I'm
ente ya. anjir.
Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
Ini kita
That's
belum
why I decided to
ketemu
let the
Furina
interview
nih,
go
Mas.
through.
Ntar abis ini ketemu
We should
Furina
direct
nih,
more
ngobrol
public
nih.
opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Where is from Maritime Harbor? Where is, guys? What? Oh, balik lagi ke situ. Di bawah aja. Rame amat tuh. Belum ketemu Furina loh, woi. Banyak banget orangnya anjir.
They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright.
Tapi menurut gue ini kepanjangan sih guys, harusnya bisa dibagi 2 part lah.
Oh, I guess you
Satu
haven't
part
heard.
untuk 5 jam
Well, after
ya.
Lady
Aduh,
Farina
sorry guys.
left,
Terlalu
Father and Monsieur
panjang tuh.
Nervillet opened
Ntar akan gue tulis
negotiations
di
during which she
survei.
gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Your story is too long.
Yes,
Aduh, sorry
I
guys.
was quite surprised at first myself.
Anjir,
But
berarti
when I thought
genosisnya
it over,
dikasih ke
there
ini
were
ya.
actually a number of things going for it. It could have been
Karena
done
ya
as
udah
an
nggak
apology
punya
for
ide
the
lagi
incident
kan.
with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Nggak punya ide
Furthermore,
lagi kan.
Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Ya genosisnya udah nggak guna juga, orang kekuatannya juga udah dibalikin ke Nevillet, kekuatan Hydro-nya.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it
Tuh.
seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Nevillet yang ngasih genosisnya, soalnya genosisnya juga udah nggak guna juga.
Only Nervillet knows about?
Jadi kayaknya
I
ujung-ujungnya
suspect you'll
semua
have to ask
genosis
him
akan
about that
diambil
yourself.
Fatui deh.
Yes,
Akan ada di
speaking of
tangan
which,
Fatui deh.
I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Maripede a while back.
Oke, kita ketemu dia di sana ya.
He's real busy and stuff. Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
Terus Tilde kemana anjir?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to
Oh, udah
recover
balik ke
from his wounds.
Snezhnaya anjir.
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Iya, dan kita masih
So
megang
shocked
visionnya.
by such a simple switching
ini
of
loh.
sides?
Wah, Arlecchino anjir.
Father!
Kita masih megang visionnya
Well,
Cyril Debo loh.
what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Yeah, don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration.
Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
Kita balikin lewat ini aja.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Gak bisa kita balikin langsung.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence.
Takut anjir
I
Charlotte.
didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh?
Aduh, nyari ini village sekarang. Tapi emang iya guys, mungkin ntar bakal gua tulis di apa namanya, di survei ini ya, survei para penikmat Genshin ya. Ntar bakal gua tulis kalau kepanjangan guys, at least kayak kemarin lah. Kalau nggak salah kemarin cuma 2 jaman lah ya, 2 jam, 1,5 jam atau 2,5 jam lah untuk satu part apa namanya, satu part Archon Quest. Kalau ini 4 jam ya kepanjangan guys. Meskipun emang bener gua akuin nggak kerasa dan ceritanya seru gitu loh, nggak yang muter-muter kayak di Sumeru gitu loh. Cuman ya 4 jam terlalu lama cuk untuk ngelesain satu part. Meskipun kalian ya bisa berhenti sih, bisa berhenti kalau misalkan capek bisa berhenti, cuman gue sih pengennya satu jalan guys, maksudnya sekali jalan dapat satu part lah at least gitu loh. Jadi kita nggak nemuin Furina nih atau gimana ya. Hydro Archon udah nggak ada sekarang gitu loh, sekarang kuatannya di dia semua. Sekarang kita mau ngapain aja?
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon, glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Oke. Jadi Novlet cerita yang soal dia ketemu Fossalor ya. Kita kan lihat si Furina, dia yang lihat Fossalor anjir.
Fossalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Jadi dia
must have counted on
ini
you to
ya.
make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fosalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oke.
I have investigated his case
Ini udah
along
kelar ya,
many
biasanya emang
avenues,
akhir-akhir
and I've
kayak
learned
gini
that he
guys.
once
Jadi
fell
habis ini
into an
udah
unknown chasm
kelar
when he was young.
akhirnya.
There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fosalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fosalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that
jadi
the
kita
death
nggak ketemu
sentence has
Farina,
not been
guys.
carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House.
Oh,
I
jadi
related
dia
Fosalor's
pergi,
words to
anjir.
her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired.
Dia capek,
to
ya
rest.
cok 500 tahun.
Having said
anjir.
that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
Terus dia kemana ya?
Got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that
Ya,
she
anjir,
no longer
500
has to
tahun
play the role
tersiksa
of
gitu
Fosalor
ya.
the Hydro Archon,
Pengen
she
healing
can
aja.
finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Terus dia pindah kemana ya? Mungkin suatu saat kita akan ketemu dia lagi guys.
Hydro Dragon.
After Fosalor passed on, the Oratrice
Jadi
also
sekarang
ceased to
bahkan
function.
Furina pun nggak di sini guys, dia pindah.
This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Oke, jadi keputusannya sekarang nggak pakai mesin lagi ya, sekarang udah sesuai Nephilid gitu.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Eudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Iya kan, udah nggak
As
butuh
such,
kekuatan
it has
Gnosis,
lost all
Cuk. Dia
meaning
udah
for
full
Fontaine.
power, Cuk, sekarang, Cuk.
If the Fatui have
Mungkin bisa
impure
ngalahin
designs, we might as well
ini
accede to
paling
their
Lorax
requests
juga
now
paling.
and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oke, last.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Oke, kita
I'm
akan
afraid
ke
that I have
Natlan,
little
cuman
talent as
itu
a travel
masih
guide.
ya masih
So all I can do is
patch
tell you
lagi,
what I know
guys.
about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan
Nation
can be
of
said to be a
Dragons?
nation of dragons.
What?
A nation of dragons?
Kita akan bertemu banyak
You
naga.
mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have
Anjir,
undergone
apa
long
itu?
years of
Kita
development and
menanti ya
evolution.
guys ya.
Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War
kota
ravages
perang,
those
anjir.
lands like an undying
Negara
flame.
perang anjir.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Wah anjir, yang di sana itu the Captain anjir.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously,
Anjir.
everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest
Yang di
that you
sana
fully prepare
posnya
yourself before
si
going
the
to
Captain.
Natlan.
Kalau di Fontaine kan
In the
posnya ada
meantime,
Knave.
Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will
Oke,
tell you
dan
the
itu yang
truth as I know
terakhir.
it.
So, kita pamit, and gue tutup di sini guys.
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Apa ini? Dia ngobrol sama Skirk. Oke, dan dikasih lihat guys ini. Jadi ada obrolan bersama Skirk. Panjang banget ini. Archon Quest terpanjang kan berarti ya. Tapi ya itu harusnya bisa dibagi dua guys, biar nggak terlalu panjang kayak gini. At least sampai sebelum pengadilan dipotong dulu, terus pengadilan. Mulainya dari pengadilan gitu loh. Ini langsung jadiin satu-satu pengadilan anjir.
See what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Nah ini yang dipotong kemarin. Kita kan jadi nggak
What
tahu.
next?
Tiba-tiba kita ke atas anjir.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Okay.
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I?
Bisa
He can be
ngasih
the
tahu
messenger
lewat
then.
Cilde anjir. Berarti jangan-jangan kekuatannya Cilde yang bisa jadi apa? Berarmor itu gara-gara ajarannya Skak bisa loh guys. Ya kan? Antara itu emang peralatannya Fatui atau emang itu kekuatannya Cilde tapi dari si Skak ini mungkin ya. Oke, jadi seperti itu ya kisahnya.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender?
Apa itu third descender?
That's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces.
Banyak
How
banget
could
yang
they be
belum
a person's
kebuka
remains?
guys anjir.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
Ini kalau mau jadiin anime kan katanya ada yang mau jadiin anime kan guys. Genshin. Cuman kalau
If she speaks the
jadiin
truth,
anime ini bakal
then I
panjang
would
banget
simply
sih.
be putting Fontaine at
200
unnecessary risk
episode
by keeping it
bisa.
here.
One of them. Apakah aku yang keempat?
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the
Apa
traveler
Paimon?
to the dead third
Descender
descender and
juga.
all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed
Yeah,
herself in the
yeah.
end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Oke, akhirnya kelar. Emang bangsat Genshin harusnya bisa dibagi jadi 2 egg, tapi mereka jadikan 1 guys. Cuman nggak apa-apa, yang penting sudah berhasil kita lewati ya. So hari ini cukup sampai di dulu aja guys. Langsung aja gua tutup karena udah lama banget anjir, 4 jam kita main ini. Cuman nggak apa-apa itu. Dan gua akan berikan konklusi sedikitnya. Jadi intinya ya ternyata terbagi 2 ya, antara Furina dan Focalor. Focalor itu yang asli, yang memang punya kekuatan, sedangkan Furina itu yang acting di depan para masyarakatnya biar percaya. Dan ternyata selama ini sebenarnya dia nggak buang-buang waktu guys. Ternyata 500 tahun itu digunakan untuk ngisi tenaga mesinnya itu biar bisa mengadili dirinya sendiri, si Focalor. Jadi apa namanya, dia mengorbankan dirinya agar tetap orang-orang Fontaine ini tidak terkena profesinya yang sudah dituliskan ya. Soalnya kan dituliskan kalau di profesi orang-orang Fontaine pada mati, terus yang tersisa tinggal si Focalor gitu loh. Sedangkan dia ubah, jadi dia mengorbankan dirinya agar orang-orang Fontaine tetap hidup. Jadi tarian terakhir dia itu ngeri sih guys. Dia pun sampai bilang, bahkan Dewi pun pas pengen menghadapi kematian, aku merasa takut juga anjir. Jadi dia udah emang selama 400 tahun ini udah bersiap untuk ya mungkin itu satu-satunya cara untuk menyelamatkan orang-orang Fontaine biar nggak kena propesi. Dan akhirnya propesinya berhasil dihindari, Fontaine selamat, dan orang-orang yang Fontaine sekarang udah jadi manusia seutuhnya. Jadi kalau mereka kena primordial water, mereka sekarang udah nggak akan berubah lagi balik jadi oceanid guys, mereka akan tetap jadi manusia seperti kejadian yang tadi. Sebenarnya kan itu airnya juga mengandung primordial water kan, tapi orang-orang itu nggak berubah jadi oceanid gitu. Jadi pengorbanan Fossalor ya terbayarkan lah gitu. Tapi ya Furina akhirnya sudah terbebas dari kutukannya, dan ya sekarang dia capek ya 500 tahun bekerja dan tersiksa guys, akhirnya dia bisa terlepas dari itu dan dia capek, dan mungkin juga sedih juga karena ya diri yang satu lagi ya harus mati, harus hilang gitu. Oke, jadi seperti itu. So next kita akan ke Natlan, cuman itu masih ada beberapa patch guys sebelum kita ke Natlan, dan bahkan di sini kita nggak sempet nanya soal saudara kita loh, ya kan. Terus habis itu soal Skirk ya masih banyak yang belum terbuka guys, yang penting gue bilang kayak Hersen Sigleader, apalah itu, Heavenly Principle, Celestial, masih banyak yang belum kebuka. Skirk pun kekuatannya apa kita juga nggak tahu, apakah playable apa gimana kita juga belum tahu. Yang penting kalau playable pasti akan gue full guys, tenang. Karena aku mau Skirk. Oke, jadi itu aja guys sedikit soal egg kali ini, Archon kali ini, dan Archonsnya udah kelar ya, cuma satu egg aja. Jadi next mungkin kalau event gua akan langsung main eventnya dulu karena eventnya belum muncul ya, belum muncul. So oke. So, oh udah keluar Furina Story Quest. Oke, jadi mungkin itu after ini ya, after guys, kan katanya dia ini kan pergi, jadi dia sekarang udah nggak di Fontaine, dia udah nggak jadi pemimpin lah gitu. Jadi orang-orang tahunya kalau dia dihukum mati gitu loh. Jadi sekarang dia mengasingkan diri, sedangkan sekarang yang mimpin adalah si Nevilate dengan kekuatan fullnya ya. Sekarang dia punya kekuatan full, makanya mungkin dia bisa ngalahin Morak sih ya dengan full power gitu. Oke, jadi itu aja, besok akan lanjutkan lagi. Terus Gnosis sudah juga dikasih ke siapa? Ke The Knave, karena ya nggak guna juga dipegang sama si Nevilate gitu. Oke. So gua tutup, udah terlalu lama, sorry banget guys, dan maaf nggak munculin webcam. Udah gua bilang dari awal tadi kalau emang lagi error, cuman next akan kita coba benahin, dan next sudah ada tampilan webcamnya lagi. Oke. So thank you, sorry banget hari ini cuma suara doang dan 4 jam guys, tapi nggak apa-apa, semoga kalian semua enjoy. Sampai jumpa besok guys, and have a good day, bye bye.